Okay, welcome back. Welcome back to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando, live from LA. We're going to talk watches again. We're going to catch up on the Ineichen Zürich auction coverage again. Um, that's an auction focused on independent brands, focused on independent watchmakers, and it's going to take place actually in Geneva in President Wilson Hotel on May 11. There's so many hot auctions coming up. This season is actually pretty good. I have some upcoming coverage of Philips and Bach Rousseau, of course. Um, Monaco Legend Group, Antiquorum, Christie's. There's so much more to come. But before I get to that, let me actually continue on what I have covered yesterday. I think, we went basically through one half of this. This is the piece I have in on the thumbnail today, so I will probably do that quite soon. But I basically covered everything up until here. We have a funky watch by Anderson, again with an erotic complication. So in the absence of a very nice super chat, I think I might just pass on that, just not to risk it. I will continue with the Frank Müller chronograph, pièce unique, a one-of-a-kind chronograph by Frank Müller, which has a very unique dial and a beautifully polished white gold case. It's actually a Mercedes Gullwing 300 SL coupe that is engraved on the dial in this sort of forest-like setting, which is very unique, kind of odd, but certainly quite special, with a single 45-minute counter at 12 o'clock and heat blued feuille hands for hour and minutes, and the centrally deployed chronograph seconds and 2 is also heat blued. It has this type of officer case, right, with rather strong, thick, and relatively extended lugs, which connect to the strap through these screws, right, which give the chronograph, I think, a very masculine look, even with these drooping structure to the lugs. And I think white gold is a perfect choice for this kind of piece, it being quite austere in a way, almost stainless steel to most unsuspecting eyes, even as it has this warmth and luxury, and of course the feel and the weight of that substance to the wearer, for sure. It's actually hand engraved on the back, Frank Müller, Genève, pièce unique. Has also a reference number. 2 pump pushers, Looks like an absolute classic. I am very much looking forward to seeing what the write-up is like, because they have really gone all the way with the lot essays on this one. I really appreciate the work that the good folks at Ineichen did for this one. So let me read on a little bit. A rare, unusual, and attractive white gold chronograph of the Swiss watch brand Frank Müller, founded in 1991. Again, one of the pioneers when it comes to independent watchmaking, when it comes to brands that made watches with the proper names of watchmakers on the dial. And you know, people brush it off these days, but think of even someone like Recep Recepi, who obviously is a man of talent, but just on the eve of his second men's watch prize in Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève, did he come to terms with the fact, hey, I'm comfortable now putting my name on the dial instead of Acrivia. And these guys were doing it all the way back in late 80s, you know, people like Daniel Roth, Frank Müller, master of complications, as he presented himself, and more power to him. Of course, Recep Recepi has a very particular kind of story, which we can talk about perhaps on another occasion, but it's really inspiring to see people like Daniel Roth and Frank Müller with their names on the dials of these watches, and their brands being revived and gaining new relevance now, a couple of decades already into the 21st century. This particular piece was apparently produced in 1995, 36 millimeter diameter. I can assure you it would wear larger than that with those particular lugs, which add the case a very masculine presence. Solid yellow gold dial with fine engraved texture, sculpted an engraved image of Mercedes-Benz 300 SL Gullwing Coupe, and trees, leaf-shaped blued steel hands somehow, I guess, resonate with that forest scenery. And of course, that 45 minutes totalizer at 12 o'clock, presented on a burgundy leather strap with an 18 karat white gold pin buckle. We talked about the case back engraving as well. Let's see. I'm really grateful for these short videos that they did, because it really brings into light certain details that you can't always figure out, that you can't always tell in still photographs, right? You know, for example, the fact that both the background of the subdial and the chaptering for the seconds counter is actually made out of this rich mother of pearl, which again adds to the subtle luxury of this particular watch. Frank Müller is one of the first Swiss watchmakers of the new era to have founded his own watch brand. From the very beginning of his career, he showed extraordinary ingenuity, creating a series of complicated and super complicated wristwatches. His brand is also notable for some design breakthroughs. In particular, he achieved recognition as a leader in the cultivation of the vintage style, something he was practicing back in 1990s, long before this style began to dominate the entire industry in 2010s. And we were just talking about Roger Dubuis yesterday and his partner in establishing um, Roger Dubuis as an independent watch brand. Carlos Diaz was actually a designer for Frank Müller, and he was kind of the mind behind both the Centré Corvex, the tonneau-shaped case, and the Long Island case, which is the Art Deco rectangular piece that Frank Müller also peddled at that time. And quite honestly, again, that was a time where these things were barely cool. Remember that even for Jaeger-LeCoultre, the reversal was out of serial production perhaps for decades before they revived it in a serious way in 1991 on the occasion of the 60th anniversary and celebrated it through the decade with what I like to call Big Six, these sorts of complicated and uber complicated pieces that were rendered in 18 carats pink gold with movements fashioned themselves out of 14 karat pink gold, presented in the new Grand Taille case, so on and so forth. So Frank Müller was really in the forefront of this revival of vintage slash neo-vintage style when it comes to the horological industry. Not limited to the production of complications, classic and vintage styled watches, Frank Müller boldly developed other genres in his collection. Of course, if you weren't alerted already, perhaps with Wei Ko of Revolution and the Rake fame, has revived a couple of chronographs in very special editions through Grail Watch and kind of put Frank Müller on the map again for a new generation of collectors. So in fact, the chronograph at the inception of this independent brand was a very important genre for Frank Müller as well. I'm kind of trying to revive myself as we speak. As you guys know, I have been kind of on the mend from this seasonal cold. I'm getting better. I have more energy, but sometimes I still need a shot or two of caffeine or something like that to put myself through something like this. Again, it's a great pleasure for me, but I do need a little bit of a boost once every so often. This collectible decorative chronograph seems to be part of an almost mythical and forgotten heritage, one of the symbols of the early period of the brand's creativity. And it is very unique indeed, because we have seen pieces like this, like, for example, in Jean Todd's private collection that was sold on auction by Christie's, if I'm not mistaken, last year in November. There were a couple of pieces that depicted Ferrari themes, but those were mostly achieved in cloisonné enamel micro painting which again is incredible artistry. Don't take me wrong, but uh, an engraving like this, um, a kind of mini sculpture, is even more impressive, if I might um, say that. The themes of luxury and sports cars have always served as a source of inspiration for the best watchmakers, who often create both technical watches for racing drivers, especially chronographs, and decorative models that represent outstanding cars as part of the culture. Frank Müller is not alone in the development of decorative watches of this kind. In particular, similar pieces produced by Audemars Piguet are known. The present example is dedicated to Mercedes-Benz 300 SL, which was the first Mercedes-Benz sports car developed in the post-war years. Its legendary status came from its unusual vertical opening doors, and because of them, the car received the nickname Gullwing Coupe. Now it's a classic collector's item, reaching multi-million dollar valuations at auctions. The watch, created almost 30 years ago and dedicated to this car, now looks like a piece of bygone history, a collector's rarity emerging from the early period of Frank Müller brand. We are confident, Ineichen says, that the early models of Frank Müller have good potential as collectibles, since this particular brand, despite its youth, was one of the most significant trendsetters of the first half of the 1990s. Um, Honestly, I can testify to this. Not that I'm a starfucker by any means, but I do cross paths with a lot of old school Hollywood actors, and I don't think I have met one that doesn't have a Frank Müller watch in his collection. So ultimately, they have stood the test of time, right? There was that period right there, maybe in early 2000s, first decade of 2000, where the tonneau shaped case seemed to uh, kind of be understood as a relic of a bygone past, but I think they are fated for a comeback, both the case shape and the brand Frank Müller, for sure. So this one of a kind Frank Müller chronograph in 18 carats white gold, with sculptured and engraved depiction of a Mercedes-Benz 300 SL Gullwing Coupe at the center of it, in a mixture of white and yellow gold elements, and a 45-minute totalizer at 12 o'clock, has a starting bid of 33,200 in US dollars. There is a fixed price of 88,450, and who knows, maybe this piece might not even make it to the auction floor on May 11 in Geneva. That was a lot 14. Um, I have absolutely no idea what Loris is, John. So that I think that should count as an opinion. In this day and age, you have a lot of options as a cheap beater. I always recommend Seiko for two, three, four, $500 watches. But there is now a lot of pieces by Baltic, by Unimatic, by Merci Instruments, um, depending on your style, you can find so much now at that entry level price point. Zodiac, Yama, the world is your oyster, really. I can count for hours, but I don't want to just name drop and meme endlessly. But Loris, I have no idea what that is, and uh, not to sound too vain, but that should practically tell you all you need. Number 13, lot number 13 is actually a one-of-a-kind tourbillon by Alain Zilberstein. It is a beautifully polished yellow gold case at around 38 millimeter. Let's check out. It's a beautiful watch with a partially open worked black onyx dial that has this cloisonné enamel painting. There's as you can see, the branding, the Alain Zilberstein signature actually goes on the sapphire. On the sapphire crystal, so it does not actually interrupt the painting in any way. Alain Zilberstein, of course, is widely known for his quirky designs, and there are a few elements that gesture towards that sort of extravagance in this design as well. But I think by his standards, this is a piece that strikes me as rather muted and very classically elegant indeed. Love the crown, of course. Newsflash. The case looks, in a way, very industrial, which is beautifully discordant, right, with the kind of intricate work both on the dial and even on the movement with these deep scallops of Côte de Genève. I think it's a beautiful contrast between the inside and outside of the watch. Of course, the classic panoply of colors for the original presentation box of this watch, speaking of things being discordant, and the papers as well. So let's read a little bit about the details. A unique, attractive, collectible yellow gold métier d'art tourbillon wristwatch from the Alain Zilberstein brand, established in 1987 by the Parisian architect and designer Alain Zilberstein until it disappeared in 2012. Of course, Zilberstein these days collaborates with a lot of different brands and still designs. I like his branding here, of course, that emphasizes that he's an architect first and foremost, right? You know, that he is an architect. And I think that's something that sometimes is forgotten or not emphasized enough. especially in the context of master watchmakers who approach the design process inside out, and who are first and foremost invested in the architecture, functionality, and, if that is the case, complication of the watch movement of the caliber itself, and then design the rest of the watch around it. So ultimately, it makes sense that a professional architect would have a sensibility that would aid him in the art of watchmaking as well. This is a one-of-a-kind watch produced in 1994, encased in 18-karat yellow gold, 38 millimeters of case diameter, and of course with a sapphire exhibition case back. The dial has cloisonné enamel decoration. The hands are branded and styled after the architectural school, especially Bauhaus, red and blue. The caliber is LWO 387. I believe that's Lemania Eboche, Lemania base or blank, which was then built up, assembled, and finished to achieve this tourbillon, hand wound, power reserve up to 50 hours, presented on a black leather strap with a matching Alain Zilberstein yellow gold pin buckle. Let's pour through the lot essay a little bit. Alain, oh, by the way, GD, my friend, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Sorry I didn't greet you properly while I was ranting about shitter brands, so to speak. That's the funny thing, right? You know, there are so many brands that have already established themselves, that have already made a name for themselves, with such unique and great styles. You know, Furlan Marie is another one. Merci, I mentioned. Unimatic, Zodiac, Yema, Baltic. There's so much. There's so much value out there without jumping on the bandwagon of some unknown thing. If you don't know any better, just buy Seiko. That has served generations of men so well. You can't go wrong. So here is what Ineichen says about Alain Zilberstein. His watches had a strong charisma from the moment the brand was founded, basing their style on the unique vision of Zilberstein himself and his interpretation of the Bauhaus style, inspired by the art of Wassily Kandinsky. The typical design for the brand includes the use of the primary colors blue, red, and yellow, and basic geometric shapes such as the circle, square, and triangle. In addition, Zilberstein was prone to experimentation and risky ventures, aren't we all? Which include the present single-piece edition, primarily sold by art curial auctioneers during the judicial sale in 2014, following the brand's bankruptcy. The strong charisma and creative nature of the brand's collection, unfortunately, proved to be underestimated by the markets, contributing to the deterioration of the financial health of the brand in modern times, thanks to a significant increase in interest in the watches of independent masters and small creative brands. Alain Zilberstein watches may be regarded as very attractive and promising collectibles. Alain Zilberstein was able to create his own easily recognizable and memorable style, which cannot be confused with watches created by other designers. Sometimes for the worse, I have to say, but I do like this particular watch. In many of his creations, he was ahead of his time, uh, maybe a couple of 100 years, one can say, offering watches that remain relevant to this day, um, such as the present example. Okay, I'll rein it in. I won't make any more snarky remarks. But goddamn, I mean that box itself is an eyesore for me. So I'll try to hold my hand over it or something while I read. Just kidding. First of all, the execution level of this unique piece should be noted, which is unusually high for the brand. True. The basis of this model is the caliber LWO387 produced by Nouvelle Lemonia, at the time the supplier of Breguet, Tania Roth, Vacheron Constantin, and a few other brands. Hey, Mitch, how are you doing, man? And Bruce G says, favorite architect is Art Vandelay George. I guess it's gonna be too predictable, perhaps. I will say two. I think mine are Gary and Zaha Hadid. I like them both a lot. Um, I also like some, unironically, I like some deconstructionist architects as well, but that's a long discussion that maybe I will one day invite my friend Saint Peter to kind of um, handle. Big Meech, good to see you here as always. So we were talking about the Nouvelle Lemania based tourbillon caliber. For Alain Zilberstein, the caliber received a special execution with an unusual and large S-shaped tourbillon bridge. They are talking about this particular example. As you know, there are, of course, so-called flying tourbillons, which means that they are not set by a bridge, which means that you can take full sight and hopefully pleasure of the tourbillon as it dances its way through its revolution, which is often um, a minute, 60 seconds. In this case, of course, a lot of times you have these beautiful, highly polished, eye-catching bridges. Zilberstein wanted to kind of accentuate that touch at once, perhaps not having to go all the way for a flying tourbillon, even as he gave more visibility to the tourbillon itself. And I think it is something that sits really well with this partially open work design, which makes the entire thing look like a human eye. So that's a beautiful touch, actually, when you think about it. Caliber LWO387 is a representative of the first generation of this movement, an analog of caliber 558 in the Breguet designation. So you are getting the same mechanism, more or less, as a Breguet tourbillon, which already adds some value to this piece. Alain Zilberstein used this movement until approximately 2000, prior to the moment he launched models based on the more affordable Progress Watch STT Dimier tourbillon caliber, which makes this watch even more rare and valuable. featuring this high-end caliber, the tourbillon cloisonné ou pièce unique clearly stands out from most other models in the Silberstein collection, which were mostly equipped with regular ETA calibers. The watch comes in a massive 38 millimeter yellow gold case, which also makes it stand out given that Alain Silberstein predominantly used stainless steel in his collection. Massive. I love that. I love that. I'm not going to make any inappropriate jokes. The status of collectible is also given to this watch by its remarkable decorative design with a crescent moon shaped dial with a black background. It's a black onyx after all, and an image of a holy branch, which is made in the combined enamel technique by the master enameler Michel Vermont from Donzé Cadran, now owned by Ulysse Nardin. The technique of the cloisonné enamel is complemented by that of translucent enamel on an engraved base, the fusion of chanlevé and flanqué enamel techniques. Even if this watch were not made in a single piece, it would still have the status of being unique, since the manual production of such a dial makes each timepiece a one of a kind. Hey, Mike David, nice to see you, man. Yeah, if you have any questions, any watch related questions, feel free to send them in. If you want to actually take a closer look on today's segment, on today's show, to any of the pieces that I didn't cover yet or that you missed out on yesterday, feel free to send them in with the lot number and a super chat. I would be more than happy to skip ahead or go back and dive deep into one of those pieces. The enamel dial of the present example leaves a very pleasant impression as a miniature work of art. It is devoid of traces of uncertainty and copying, which unfortunately are characteristic of many modern enamel dials. In this particular piece, we find a bold style with an asymmetrical structure and a clearly articulated artistic message dedicated to the theme of Christmas. I am kind of surprised that they didn't note that the piece, especially the parts with the tourbillon cage, looks like the human eye, with the tourbillon itself representing the iris. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't note that. But at any rate, I love that this is like a meeting of two Abrahamic religions. There's some Christmas imagery. There is a Star of David as the crown of the watch. So can't go wrong with this one. This is lot number 13. Alain Silberstein tourbillon, one of a kind, pièce unique, with a starting bid of 71,850. There is also a fixed price, which one can use to buy this piece now before it hits the auction floor. And that price is 165,800 US dollars. Nice. This is a beautiful thing. This is one of the opus series pieces. When Max Büsser had a leadership role for watches in Harry Winston, it belongs to their famous X Center series as well, the case shape at the very least, with the lugs reminiscing certain aspects of the brand's flagship store in New York, the facade of that flagship store especially. Off-center dial in the upper part of the watch face, which sits actually on a frosted hour track on Côte de Genève decorated surface, and you have the tourbillon at 6 o'clock, which is set in place with that beautifully polished bridge, which actually holds a diamond, if I'm not mistaken, right there. And a 5-day power reserve for the tourbillon, which they are clearly proud of, enough to inscribe it on the face of the watch along with the branding. Matching clasp, of course, that holds the Harry Winston brand. It's a déployant clasp. Power reserve. And here is the watch. I don't know what's going on. Okay, I don't even know. Yeah, my apologies for that. This is a pink gold case, highly polished. Black dial, or rather a charcoal gray dial with vertical Geneva stripes, which are very nice and prominent, and a 5-day power reserve for the tourbillon, which is set at 6 o'clock with a lovely polished bridge, which holds at the center brilliant cut, perfect diamond as well. Let's see what they say. This is one of the Opus series, right, led by Maximilian Büsser at the time, an extremely rare, fine, and important limited edition piece, one of 75. Harry Winston, rare timepiece, active since 1989. Limited edition launched in 2005 with a case fashioned out of 18-karat pink gold, 40 millimeters of diameter, 12.85 millimeters thick, partially open-worked dial with a golden chapter ring, sapphire caseback, hand-wound caliber HW400A. We will read more about it down there in the lot essay. Ruthenium coated with a power reserve up to 5 days. And actually you see that branding there, HW at 6 o'clock, that serves also as a low power indicator. It turns red when the charge gets depleted. I think for the last day, basically, it turns red, and you can hand wind it back to its full charge. It is served up on a black leather strap with a matching branded déployant clasp in 18 carats pink gold. Let's see what the lovely people at Ineichen wrote about this piece. The history of this watch is closely related to Maximilian Büsser, founder of the MB&F brand, the man who managed Harry Winston's rare timepieces division. He ensured the watches of this brand came to be highly ranked in the industry. The well-known Opus series, initiated in 2001, was his highly successful project that radically changed the attitude towards the brand among industry specialists, collectors, and connoisseurs. In keeping with his idea of collaborating with the most inventive master watchmakers of the moment, Maximilian Büsser entrusted the creation of the X-Center tourbillon watch to Peter Spiegmarin, a very talented English watchmaker working in Switzerland and a member of the respectable AHCI, Académie horlogère des créateurs indépendants. Taken as a starting point in the development of the 1375 caliber, the movement blank of Swiss time technology, SDT, was used, formerly Progress Watch, founded in 1999, absorbed into STT in 2003, bought in 2006 by Pascal Raffi, the owner of the Beauvais brand, who changed SDT name to Dimier 1738. The SDT base was positioned on the market as a low-cost Swiss tourbillon movement. Nevertheless, during developments, Peter Spiegmarin was able to modify it into a higher category using the design and finishing methods inherent in high-end movements. In particular, two gorgeous steel tourbillon bridges were installed on both sides of the movement, in the decoration of which an extremely expensive black polishing technique was used, while the tourbillon axis on both sides was placed between two diamond end stones. And you can, unfortunately, that's the video, so we have to take this. So as you can see, the dial itself is charcoal gray, right? You can see how the tourbillon bridge is actually black polished, right? Which is one of the most difficult polishing practices, actually, because you basically have to polish the material to perfection so that it does not reflect anything, any light whatsoever. So in a way, arguably, it's harder than, for example, mirror polishing, right? So that gives a very cohesive, pardon me, look to the dial side of the watch as well. There's the gold hour track with the hours engraved and filled in. The main plate and bridges were adorned with a very finely executed Côte de Genève, with the main plate exposed on the dial, ruthenium plated, while the bridges on the rear side of the watch were also, well, were rhodium plated. The caliber, now called HW400A, in addition to an impressive 5-day power reserve, received a double power reserve indicator on the reverse side. This is a very rare feature for the tourbillon movement, and a display of critically low power reserve on the dial. The miniature sapphire window installed on the 6 o'clock marker, whose color changes from golden to purple when the last 25 hours of the power reserve remain, right? This is what they're talking about. That serves as a low power reserve indicator at the center of the dial at 6 o'clock off the main dial. And the watch, furthermore, has these two power reserves, right? When it's full, they're both full. When it's halfway depleted, you see it around here, and then that goes down as well. And you can see that on both ends, the bridge is actually held together by set with these flawless diamonds. 40-millimeter case. The X-Center tourbillon was launched in 2 limited editions, each of 75 pieces, in 18-karat rose gold, as in the present lot number 15, and in platinum. Subsequently, the development was used in several models, for which the movement was modified by the addition of an automatic winding mechanism, with the designation changing to HW401A. The X-Center tourbillon remains the only Harry Winston watch, therefore, with a hand-wound tourbillon created with the participation of Maximilian Büsser and Peter Speak Marin. This undoubtedly makes this model a significant piece possessing great collectible value. And again, whatever way you slice it, it's either one of 150 or one of 75. A very exclusive and elegant timepiece. The Harry Winston pieces may be an acquired taste in terms of the case shape and design, but at a point in time where the designs of Cartier are finding new appreciation, at a time where we get to know again Gérard Janta as a designer of a whole constellation of timepieces and not just the Royal Oak and the Nautilus, I think Harry Winston watches will find a place in the spotlight for themselves as well. And this serves as a very exquisite and exclusive example, number 33 of 75. Lot number 15 is a Harry Winston Speak Marin Opus X-Center tourbillon. The starting bid is $22,150 in US dollars. The piece also has a fixed price of $49,750 in US dollars. There are already 2 bids almost a month in advance of the May 11 auction in Geneva. I think this is one of the pieces that might not make it to the auction floor, because I believe for what it's worth, that buy it now price can actually be rather enticing for the right collector. Ali Reza, thank you so much. And thank you for embracing me as a brother. 2488. Thank you for your generous contribution. And JJ, thank you. My regards to Kentucky and your family there. Let me read Ali Reza's super chat. I want to also make sure that I pin the StreamYard link if I forgot it before. So if people want to join, they don't miss it. Incredibly busy at my normal nocturnal hours, but I'm hoping you're well. Convince me I should not buy a Roman Gautier C in titanium. Ali, I don't know if you heard me. I have said exactly this. Um, for me, in that category, I would not want to buy anything else except for Roman Gautier Continuum because nothing really hits like Royal Oak, but the Roman Gautier C or Continuum is really something special. The only thing I might convince you to do is to stay put and or simply ask your retailer for more information about the salmon dial version that's also coming out if you would be interested in that. I think this dial is also incredibly beautiful, and I love the off-center seconds with those blue accents as well. I love the integrated bracelets. Yeah, just get it, man. If I were rolling at that price point, I would certainly go for it. And honestly, it's maybe ironic to say, but probably it is a more realistic goal if you actually have the budget to get something like this than a Royal Oak Jumbo from AP. I don't even know who gets allocations for those kinds of watches from Audemars Piguet anymore. And with each passing day, with each update I get, it becomes less and less compelling for me to do any business with the brand. I know you are a good customer for AP. I know you actually like the brand, even as it is today. But I would probably go with the Continuum above a Royal Oak at retail. It's an incredible piece. It also happens to have the exclusivity. It also happens to have the incredible handwork and finishing. It's not only a titanium piece, right? It's not only an integrated bracelet watch that is fully executed in grade 5 titanium. It also has a movement executed in grade 5 titanium and decorated in this way as well. It's a different level. It's a different level. We hear a lot about what kind of pieces that Philippe Dufort wears. I know he also wears Roman Gautier, and it makes sense because Roman was his protege in so many ways. But I also know for a fact that Philippe Dufort's wife wears Roman Gautier Continuum in platinum. So you would be in good company, and this is a nice, sporty complement to that series. I can't believe it took them so long, but it is certainly a big hit for me. I mean, think of an integrated watch. This takes it to the next level. including the movement. Everything is fashioned in grade 5 titanium. Just brilliant. Thank you so much for your contribution again, Ali. I really, really do appreciate it. Next up is lot 16, which is Christian van der Klauw Eclipse. Which, as you know, loves working with astronomical complications. We'll get to read more about this watch. Let's start from inside out with this skeletonized compass rose rotor that is also guilloche decorated. Pink gold case with a matching pin buckle, officer style lugs, and a very unique dial from this Dutch brand. I love the nice onion crown as well. Breguet hands, Breguet numbers at 2, 5, 7, and 10 o'clock. And the guilloche emanating from this larger subdial placed at 12 o'clock. A very rare, unusual, and collectible astronomic pink gold wristwatch from the independent Dutch watchmaker Christian van der Klauw, an honorary member of the AHCI Independent Watchmakers Academy, who established his brand in 1974. Produced in 2000s, the case is fashioned in 18-karat pink gold, a diameter of 40 millimeters, with an exhibition sapphire caseback, with Christian van der Klauw Jour inscription engraved on the rim, white silvered dial, of course 750 out of 1000 signifies the grade of gold, which is also expressed as 18 carats. 50 MT, I think that will have a significance when it comes to the watch. Anyway, let's continue. White silvered dial with lotus guilloche motif, recessed peripheral minutes ring and counter outlines, blued Breguet hands, self-winding movement with guilloche decoration, rotor also decorated by guilloche, skeletonized, depicting the sun. I said a compass rose, my apologies, with a power reserve of 38 hours. Functions, indication of time in hours, minutes, seconds, subsidiary dial with solar and lunar eclipse indication at 6 o'clock, sun and moon position with 7 city names on the large polished chapter ring at 12 o'clock, months at 3 o'clock, and a pointer date at 9. Original dark blue leather strap with a matching pin buckle in 18 carats pink gold. And as you can see, once again, that was solar and lunar eclipse at 6 o'clock. The position of the sun and the moon with the 7 cities at 12 o'clock. Pointer dates at around 9, months at around 3. And of course, you have hour and minutes on the heat blued Breguet hands and seconds at a centrally deployed red seconds hand. Let's see what Ineichen shares with us. Christian van der Klauw is a notable and important watchmaker, one of the most prolific and inventive makers of astronomical pieces. He's widely known for his unusual, complicated models, including this piece and the planetarium wristwatch, which he first introduced in 1992. All Christian van der Klauw watches are produced in small editions and are made by hand. For his complicated pieces, Christian van der Klauw uses different base calibers. Okay, for his complicated pieces, Christian van der Klauw uses different base calibers. In particular, for the present watch, he used the basic self-winding ETA 2824-2 caliber, probably the most ubiquitous, omnipresent automatic watch movement that you can ever find. Pardon me, but they fitted it with a complication module produced in their workshop. The base movement was fine-tuned by hand with a guilloche decoration, rarely used in such a manner, and a skeletonized rotor depicting the sun, also especially made for this model. That is one reason why Christian van der Klauw's astronomical watches are strikingly different from the products of few other brands implementing similar complications. And these watches are obviously primarily intended for collectors. Look at that solar themed rotor again, that's guilloche decorated in a way that echoes the decoration of the plates of the watch movement itself. The present example is one of the most complex developments by the brand, in which the indication of the passage of the sun and the moon across the sky is accompanied by an indicator of the probability of an eclipse, both lunar and solar. Such complications are extremely rare in modern watches, the most famous being the astronomical series, the Trilogy of Time by the Swiss brand Ulysse Nardin. However, Christian van der Klauw uses his own design and mechanism for this development and manufacture, which undoubtedly increases the attractiveness of this lot. Hey, man, how are you doing, St. Peter? I was just talking about you, because someone asked for my favorite architects, and I was spouting off all sorts of names, and I said I won't get into the deconstructionist ones that I like because I would need the proper interlocutor for that before having to apologize profusely. So I was thinking that we could do something about that with you. Also of note is the unusual rotor design of this example, which is right here, of course. The rare models of the Jour Eclipse that pop up on the secondary market have a rotor of a different design, also skeletonized and decorated with guilloche, but made in the form of a coat of arms with Baroque decoration with curls and leaves. The absence of a serial number on the back cover of this watch, which is usually present in other examples, suggests that this is a unique pre-production prototype of a special copy or a special copy made to order. Okay, this is auction speak again. I appreciate everything they're doing, but I'm usually very suspicious of this sort of language, possibly unique. Either something is a unique piece, one of a kind, or it's not. If you can't prove it, don't mention it in the description. It's okay. You'll survive. However, this assumption, though quite logical, needs to be verified. If it needs to be verified, you don't need to put it in the description. Um, you can see this piece comes with its original box, which is very nice, stylized, and unique itself. A very beautiful, rare, astronomical complication by the Dutch watchmaker Christian van der Klauw in 18 carats, pink gold. Nicely sized case in 40 millimeters with these strong officer style lugs. The starting bid is 16,600 in US dollars, and the piece has already received 2 bids in advance of the May 11 auction in Geneva. There is also a buy it now option in play for 44,250 in US dollars for lot number 16, Christian van der Klauw, Eclipse. Please hit the like button. I would really appreciate that. We have just wrapped up the first hour of our coverage, of our preview for the Ineichen Zürich upcoming auction on independent brands, on independent watchmakers. It's going to take place on May 11 in Geneva at the President Wilson Hotel. We're gonna take a look at this Girard Perregaux piece, a Laureato, which is a tourbillon with a meteorite dial. This is somewhat of a dubious inclusion, but we have to admit it, we have to concede. As you may have followed recently, Kering gave up Girard Perregaux and Ulysse Nardin, and basically put them in the ownership of the executives of these two brands. They are now sharing the head executive. They have the same CEO in Patrick Pruniot. So technically, GP is now independent, at least for the time being. So I guess they do count. This is lot number 19, Girard Perregaux, Laureato tourbillon with a meteorite dial. Let's check it out. They have their characteristic stylized tourbillon bridge. Of course, Laureato is an integrated bracelet watch design from the 70s, a micro rotor caliber with an exhibition case back. The piece was bought from Sadiqi in 2021, and here is a short video of it. Cool. This is a piece fully executed in titanium with a black meteorite dial that is generously loomed and has kind of quadruple branding, considering how iconic that tourbillon bridge, how symbolic that tourbillon bridge is for the brand. So you have the tourbillon bridge itself, the tourbillon bridge logo, the Girard Perregaux inscription, and the initials GP at 12 o'clock. The octagonal bezel that is sitting on a circular bezel, which is in turn sitting on the tonneau-shaped case with mirror polished center links. The finishing is quite detailed and impressive. That's something that I should admit. The piece is in and of itself in very good condition, even mint, arguably. Let's check out what they're saying. One of only 15. It was a limited edition titanium tourbillon by Girard Perregaux, meteorite dial. One of the oldest brands, of course, by the year of foundation, Girard Perregaux. This piece was purchased in 2021. Titanium with integrated bracelets with a case diameter of 43 millimeters and a thickness of 11.36. Of course, an exhibition sapphire crystal case back, 48 hours of power reserve on this micro rotor movement with a tungsten mini rotor. The bracelet itself is in titanium with only the triple folding clasp in stainless steel. So don't let that marking there fool you. Let's see what Ineichen tells us in terms of the detail. The Laureato Tourbillon Meteorite Limited Edition, launched in 2022, is one of the rarest Laureatos. Laureato tourbillons aren't widely available in the first place and are very rarely found on the secondary markets. I wonder why. While the main focus of the public is on automatic models and chronographs. Girard Perregaux introduced two main versions of the Laureato tourbillon in 2017 when it relaunched the collection. It should be noted that this was an internal competition, which is usually not intended by the brands. They are non-skeletonized reference 9905 with a microrotor and tourbillon under the bridge in the iconic shape of Girard Perregaux's Golden Bridge, and the charismatic skeletonized reference 99-110 with a flying tourbillon and a full-size self-winding rotor. Reference 99-105 available in either titanium and 18 karat rose gold, or titanium and 18 karat white gold. Has a 45 millimeter case. Apparently, this size was considered too large, while the skeletonized reference 99-110 has a more compact 42 millimeter case. In 2018, the Laureato Tourbillon 99-105 with the iconic Golden Bridge was reissued as 99-115. This time, it received a smaller 43 millimeter titanium case, a blue Claude Paris dial, and a titanium bracelet in the integrated design. The 43 millimeter case made the watch look even more impressive, as the caliber basically remained the same, but the mini rotor was replaced with one made of tungsten, forcing the new GP 09510-0003 caliber designation. The bridge in the legendary golden bridge shape also kept its size, which significantly increases its presence on the dial of the reduced size reference 99-115. Again, let me remind you, that is 43 millimeters still. And you can see how the tourbillon cage has a lot of presence, a lot of significance on the dial. And this particular edition actually has a meteorite dial instead of the classic blue Clou de Paris design. This is a very special watch. Ineichen continues. Even among the rare Laureato tourbillons, it was produced in a limited edition of 15 pieces as a meteorite dial, which was an extremely rare option for a GP watch. It's probably the first Girard-Perregaux watch ever with a meteorite dial. At least we couldn't find any examples of this kind. There we go again. The meteorite dial of the Laureato tourbillon conforms to the rules of the genre. Its surface features an attractive angular texture characteristic of meteoric iron, making each timepiece unique. That much is true. The Laureato tourbillon meteorite has appeared only once on the secondary market, so this is a great opportunity for the collectors to own this incredibly rare and attractive watch. St. Peter dropped some names in terms of his favorite architects: Louis Kahn, Santiago Calatrava, Paul Rudolph. Don't get me started. We'll save that discussion for another day. It should also be mentioned that the GP 09510 caliber of the present watch was made exclusively for these four Laureato tourbillon references and is currently out of production. This is the caliber with the tungsten micro rotor, as you can see here. One of its features that distinguishes it from other Girard-Perregaux tourbillon calibers with gold bridges or golden bridge design is the classic setting of the hands, but not the reverse setting. This is noticeable in the setting of the hour hand, which is traditionally under the minute hand, while it's the other way around in the reversed hand setting. In the finishing of this caliber, we find the traditional classic style of Girard-Perregaux in-house movements, the meticulous finishing with wide double Côte de Genève stripes, the perlage on the main plate, the wide shiny chamfers, the skeletonized bridge of the tourbillon transmission wheel, the tourbillon installed between the branded golden bridge on the dial side and the half golden bridge. Actually, of course, this is a bar on the bridge side of the caliber. The engraved and blackened inscriptions and the logo makes the movement a real eye catcher. So this is the Girard-Perregaux Laureato tourbillon with a meteorite dial, one of 15 examples, fashioned fully in titanium, case and bracelets at lot number 19, with a starting bid of $60,800 in US dollars. The piece has received 2 bids in advance of the auction on May 11th and has a fixed price of $149,250 in US dollars. Please hit the like button. I would really appreciate it. It would give us just a tiny bit more exposure, and it really makes all the difference for a channel of this size, this small fry. portions. I skipped over a couple of lots, so if you want me to take a look at them, or if you want me to go back to one of the lots that I discussed yesterday, or alternatively, if you want me to jump ahead, feel free to alert me. Feel free to send me a super chat with the lot number, and I would be more than happy to oblige. Lot 20 is Parmigiani Fleurier, minute repeater, tourbillon, and a GMT. Let's check it out. This is the kind of Parmigiani watch that belongs to the early period, so to speak, the first decade of the independent watchmaker. And it has both aesthetic and technical horological elements that makes it extremely collectible. For one, I'm a huge fan of this toric case here, fashioned in platinum or platinum, to put it in the official expression of the Watches and Style channel, with a beautiful double-stepped bezel, each of which, each one of the steps finely fluted, coin-edged. And you know the kind of work that this requires. It took Rolex a long time, up until last year, in fact, to introduce a fluted platinum bezel for its day-date model. As you might remember, the dial has a wonderful depth, with the minutes track on the rejo that basically puts at the center this open worked dial in which the tourbillon cage holds the pride of place at 6 o'clock. Let's see what the good folks at Ineichen said about this beautiful piece. A super rare and probably unique, there we go again, charismatic and impressive platinum tourbillon and minute repeating wristwatch of the Swiss haute horlogerie brand Parmigiani Fleurier, founded in 1996 by the famous watchmaker and restorer Michel Parmigiani, with financial help from the Sandoz Family Foundation. This particular piece is presumably dated to mid-2000s. The case is made out of platinum 950, diameter of 42 millimeters, 15 millimeter thick, a very complicated watch. Seems still nicely proportioned between 42 millimeter in diameter and 15 millimeter in thickness. Exhibition case back, open work dial, the Javelin in-house style heat blued steel hands by Parmigiani Fleurier. The caliber is PF 255, hand wound with a power reserve up to 75 hours. In addition to, of course, the timekeeping functions, it has the tourbillon at 6 o'clock, a minute repeater with Westminster chime, meaning that it chimes at quarters with varying tones that mimic the chimes of the Big Ben. Westminster chime on 4 gongs for hours, quarters, and minutes, a 24-hour second time zone indicator or day and night indicator at 2 o'clock, presented on a black leather strap and a matching Parmigiani Fleurier Toric 18 carats white gold pin buckle. So not matching. My apologies on that. The original black leather strap is made by the famous Parisian leather store by the name of Hermès. And you can see that this piece comes with an archival extract of sorts from Parmigiani Fleurier itself, which testifies that it was produced in 2004 and had a list price of 635,000 in Swiss francs. Dear God. There we go. So quite a discount there. We were talking about Parmigiani Fleurier watches at a certain price point. Of course, this is very different, right? I would not compare this sort of purchase. I don't think anyone buys these kinds of watches to flip or to sell. Really, I mean, I'm not in anyone else's pocket. I'm not, a fan of getting into anyone else's business, but I really feel like watches above a certain price tag, and your mileage may vary, but for me, anything above 20,000 has to be an absolute heirloom piece. I would, except for a rainy day, God forbid, I would not buy any watch like that to turn around and sell in my own lifetime. So that's something that needs to be noted. So there we go. The lot essay by the good folks at Ineichen, Zürich. Currently, we are seeing a significant increase in the interest of collectors in watches created by independent watchmakers and small creative brands. For many such brands, including Parmigiani Fleurier, the early period of their activity should be recognized as especially interesting from the point of view of collecting. That's certainly the case when it comes to the first decade of Michel Parmigiani's existence as an independent watchmaker under the patronage of the Sandoz Family Foundation in the watchmaking town of Fleurier. As a rule, during this period, the founders of the brand implement their own concepts, thought out in advance and often unique. Right. I think this is actually very good and perceptive analysis. I want to add, for in music, for example, you have what one calls a kind of sophomore slump, right? A lot of these great brands write songs sometimes for decades on end for that first album, demo them, play them live, master them to such an extent. The first album, if it's good, it's great. And that second album usually ends up being rushed and being really published sooner than later to make bank on a band that was signed by a major publishing, major records company. In this case, you have a lot of independent brands, master watchmakers who earn their chops, restoring and servicing very complicated pocket watches, wristwatches, and even sometimes clocks. This was the case with Michel Parmigiani, who finally get the chance to implement their own creations, to really exhibit the full variety of their watchmaking. They get to experiment, they get to try new things, and a lot of times this ends in financial ruin. Of course, Sandoz Family Foundation basically has limitless coffers. It's the big pharma after all. But in either case, a lot of times, after the initial 5-year period or the first decades, if the brand doesn't completely go under, if the brand doesn't actually go fully bankrupt, you usually have an infusion or injection of capital by either an investment firm or a luxury conglomerate these days that take over um, at least a minority stake and sometimes control of these sorts of independents. So this is actually a very good analysis at the general level. This is not what happened with Parmigiani, of course, but I think for the last few years, they are certainly being reorganized with higher volumes of production, with designs that have more of a mainstream appeal, whereas early on, Michel Parmigiani had a very specific kind of vision and certain designs that didn't necessarily hit the ground running with the mainstream watch collector or enthusiast. Toric is an example of that. Tonda 1950 even was an example of that. Scalpa is certainly an example of that design language that I'm talking about. The subsequent activities of such brands show an increase in the importance of such factors as customer requests, which, though inevitable, often leads to a significant correction of the original concept to the point of completely abandoning it. In the early days of Parmigiani Fleurier, this brand, led by its founder, Michel Parmigiani, predominantly offered collectible watches. They were characterized by a special aura, which we prefer to call museum spirit, cultivated, in the collection thanks to the efforts of company founder Michel Parmigiani. I think that's actually, as much as I find the word museum when it comes to what are for me living objects, mechanical watches, I think when it comes to Parmigiani's creations, I will concede. I will admit it. I'll allow it, so to speak, because he certainly has that kind of, posture of an academician, a conservationist, as it were, and that can be rooted in his own past as a restorer of historic clocks and watches. And it also comes out in his sculptural designs. Toric, for example, takes its design cues from the basis of Doric columns of ancient Greece, right? So, yeah, I guess I will allow the coinage, the phrase museum spirit when it comes to his creations. The museum spirit in Eichen, Zürich continues, is most clearly expressed in the inaugural Taurus collection, which around the year 2000 received the new name Toric. The museum spirit inherent in the early Taurus Toric models surfaces in the design of this watch, most notably in the finish of the bezel and the rim of the caseback. It is very important to note the high-class execution of the caseback, which from the beginning was a reflection and confirmation of the high positioning for the Parmigiani Fleurier collection. The multi-tiered architecture of the bezel and the rim of the caseback creates a symmetrical case profile when viewed from the side, while when viewed from the front, the bezeled stepped shape is emphasized by two rings with finely made ribbing. This is what they're talking about. If we can get a nice profile shot, you can see the rim here and the double stepped bezel up there. It is a very sculptural piece, and there you go, the double stepped bezel with that coin edging or fluting. Of course, the case is fashioned in platinum. In addition, the wide bezel required in this design let the brand follow the trend of large watches that emerged and gained momentum in the late 1990s, as it allowed for a harmonious design using calibers previously developed with the aim of producing smaller watches. The present example is one of the most complicated watches of the early period of the brand. At that time, Parmigiani Fleurier usually produced very complex watches on private orders and as unique pieces, many of which are included in the Technica series. The release of the Toric Westminster minute repeater Tourbillon GMT, conceived as a regular unlimited series, implied a different strategy, the creation of watches that are most in line with the vision of the brand and Michel Parmigiani himself, including his museum spirit concept. In this example, we find an open work dial and an exhibition caseback, allowing the highly complex and finely finished caliber to be fully opened for inspection. The same approach is found in the earlier Taurus Toric Tourbillon, which was based on the Girard-Perregaux 1900 Three Bridges movement blank. For this one, however, the caliber is 25501, which was created in collaboration with Christophe Claret. It uses the same base as Girard-Perregaux Opera 1, pièce unique, introduced in 1998, and the more complex Opera 2, pièce unique, introduced in 2001, both of which are Christophe Claret developments. The same basic minute repeater and tourbillon caliber also appeared in the Ulysse Nardin Genghis Khan minute repeater tourbillon, introduced in 2002. The Toric Westminster minute repeater Tourbillon GMT is endowed with a small additional complication, which is a 24-hour second time zone indicator, which can also be used as a 24-hour hand pure and simple, meaning a day-night indicator for the main dial. For this complication, a large 24-hour wheel was installed on the back of the movement under the bridge of complex curved outlines. This is the main visual difference from the movements of the Opera 1 and 2 and Genghis Khan watches. Despite Parmigiani Fleurier's clear commitment to serial production of highly complicated watches, the present example is an extremely rare release. Very occasional examples in white gold and pink gold pop up on the market, but we have not been able to find any information or even a mention of a platinum piece like the present example. This leads us to believe that only a handful of these platinum pieces were ever made, and it is reasonable to assume that this is in fact a one-of-a-kind piece. There we go again. Also known is the Pour Jean Todt Platinum Toric Westminster minute repeater tourbillon GMT pièce unique, made in 2006, featuring a special officer type case with an additional hinged caseback cover in 18-karat white gold with a scene of two speeding horses overlaid with translucent enamel, sold by Christie's in 2022. I do want to show that watch, which realized a hammer price of 189,000 in Swiss francs. There we go. This is the version that was made for um, the once upon a time Ferrari team chief, Jean Todt, himself a legend of motorsports. This piece, of course, happens to be in 18 carats white gold, inscribed here as Homme d'exception, and made for the exceptional man that is Jean Todt, with this hinged case back that has the two horses laid in enamel at the center. That sold for 189,000 Swiss francs just last year in November. That was, of course, Jean Todt's personal watch and a unique piece. This one is super rare. It is also fashioned in platinum rather than white gold. Has a blue sapphire cabochon on the crown. And an open-worked dial with very distinct vertical Geneva stripes, Côte de Genève decoration, the 24-hour dial right around here at 2 o'clock, which can be used either as a second time zone or as a 24-hour hand that expresses the day or night, the AM or PM of the main timekeeping functions. And of course, you have the main, you have the slide for the minute repeater as well. Lot number 20 has a starting bid of 93,950. There is already a bid in advance of the May 11th auction in Geneva. And the piece also has a fixed price of 232,100 in US dollars. As is the house practice of Ineichen, it is their disruptive move. There is no buyer's premium attached. So whether this piece is bought with the buy it now option now or purchased at the May 11th auction, what you see is what you get, what you pay, what you achieve as a final hammer price, or with the buy it now price is going to be what you will end up paying. The Parmigiani Fleurier Toric Westminster minute repeater Tourbillon GMT in platinum, but otherwise very similar to the Jean Todt unique piece that was sold just a few months ago by Christie's at lot number 20. Please hit the like button. That would be an immense help to me. If you haven't done so already, just do it. If you have learned anything, if you have benefited in any way, if you have enjoyed tonight's broadcast, please hit the like button. I am taking a short break while you take a look at this creation by Molnar Fabri. I'll just get a quick drink and also take a short break I'll see you in a few minutes. That's actually the next one, Ali. I was parched, simply, so I really needed a drink of water. And now that I've drank so much water, I think next break will be for specifically that. I like this design heavy piece by Mornar Fabri. You can see the open work dial. You can see the Damascus pattern on the case, and what I think is a stingray strap. Let's dive right in. This is a Mornar Fabri Atlantis Tourbillon, one of a kind, at lot number 21. Let's take a look at the video. Hmm. Sorry about that. Hmm. My apologies. I don't know what's going on with my connection. So we'll have to skip out on the videos just so I avoid the embarrassment and frustration. As you can see, this is as complete of a package as possible with its unique stylized presentation box as well as the outer box. And of course, the papers and the rest of the booklets and manuals that go with the watch. It's a brand new piece, not worn previously. A unique, spectacular, and attractive tourbillon by the Molnar Fabry brand, founded in 2006 by Slovak goldsmiths Michal Molnar and Igor Fabry. Production year is 2019. Stainless Damascus steel case, a diameter of 44 millimeter, open work dial, exhibition case back with a sapphire crystal, Christophe Claret caliber CCR 97, hand wound with a mysterious peripheral winding system. I don't get it. Is it self-wound or with a peripheral rotor or hand wound? Let's see. Power reserve up to 110 hours. And of course, you have the display of time in hours and minutes, and a tourbillon at 6 o'clock, black stingray leather strap, Molnar Fabry pin buckle made of matching stainless Damascus steel, presented as a one of a kind. Molnar Fabry is the independent brand of Michal Molnar and Igor Fabry, two Slovak watchmakers who produce custom pieces with Swiss-made mechanical movements. All the brand's production is intended for collectors and consists mainly of skeletonized watches made as unique pieces. According to the brand, the annual production is about 10 watches, which are elaborately handcrafted. Pardon me, therefore, pardon me. Therefore, the watches of the brand are extremely rare. The estimated total circulation for the entire period of the brand's existence is about 100 to 200 pieces and is almost never offered at auctions. Yeah, sorry about that. I think I'm just not gonna play videos anymore tonight and then get back to this company again. My providing company, my service provider. Molnar Fabry prefers to show the fine craftsmanship that goes into the making of all the watch components and even the movements, although the brand buys the movements for its watches. These are then finished and modified according to the wishes of the two masters. The present example is a rare case in which the Molnar Fabry watch wasn't made to order and according to the wishes of the customers, but on the initiative of the founders, i.e., exactly as they wanted to realize their vision. Their starting point was a rare and precious tourbillon movement from the complications atelier of Christophe Claret. The CCR 97 caliber is interesting from a technical point of view as it uses an unusual, mysterious hand-wound system with a peripheral toothed ring and achieves an impressive power reserve of 110 hours. Okay, so it is a hand-wound piece. Another remarkable feature of this movement is the reverse hand setting, which allows opening the tourbillon barrel and most of the gear naturally from the dial side. Reverse hand setting, as we have mentioned, as part of our coverage of this auction, refers to the modification of a movement for an open worked dial presentation. So it flips the movement over, basically, right? So what is conventionally on the dial side ends up on the caseback side, and what used to be on the caseback comes to the dial side for exhibition. Of course, this process requires a certain modification, part of which is the reverse fitting of the hands, so hence reverse hand fitting. The main feature of such a scheme is the hour hand, which is located above the minute hand, while in the standard design, the hour hand should be below the minute hand. That refers to how the hands are stacked. So the hour hand actually here is upon the minute hand, whereas it would be otherwise in the regular setting. The CCR 97 caliber is also very interesting from an aesthetic point of view. Its finish corresponds to the tourbillon status as one of the most prestigious complications. The many sharp inner corners formed by hand polishing of the chamfers, evident in the finishing of the caliber parts, significantly increase the value of this watch in the eyes of a discerning collector. The blackened main plate draws the eye to the magnificent tourbillon located under a carefully polished bridge, which in turn draws the eye to another rare feature of this watch. These are the blue jewels used in the place of the traditional red stones. The attentive connoisseur will surely notice that several main wheels, from the winding wheel to the intermediate tourbillon wheel, have wolf teeth. The wolf teeth gear is a characteristic feature of some high-end pocket watch movements that were occasionally made by the best Geneva brands in the first half of the 20th century. Among them, first of all, was one Genevan watchmaker, Patek Philippe. Molnar Fabry has made this rare caliber even more valuable by incorporating a skeletonized barrel bridge, also with a sharp inner and outer corner. Handmade hands produced by the brand itself, a rarity in modern watchmaking. The watch is dedicated to the theme of Atlantis, so the back of the main plate is carefully engraved by hand with the gate of Atlantis motif. The exceptional character of the Atlantis tourbillon is further emphasized by the case made of stainless Damascus steel with whimsical striped texture. You can see those blue stones. Both at the center of the tourbillon bridge, as well as on the back. You can see the wolf teeth of the wheels, which are very carefully polished. Pardon me. This piece at lot number 21 has not yet attracted any bids. The starting bid is 49,750 in US dollars for lot number 21, Mornar Fabri Atlantis Tourbillon pièce unique. The fixed price, which can be used as a buy it now option before the piece hits the auction floor on May 11th, is 176,850 in US dollars. There is no buyer's premium, as is the disruptive practice of the Zürich based auction house in Eichen. Lot number 22 is a piece made by the Pforzheim based German watchmaker Benzinger. It's a subscription piece, Blue Joy. It is one of a kind. Fixed price of 17,700 in US dollars. A starting bid, which has already been placed in advance of May 11 at 7,750 US dollars. Nicely mirror polished stainless steel case with a sapphire exhibition case back, screwed in lugs, and a diamond shaped crown placed at 2 o'clock. Um, as you might know, Jochen Benzinger is actually a master of guillochage, of engine turning decoration, who mastered his art, who um, earned his chops decorating Fabergé eggs for quite some time. And he specializes in these intricate and exquisite decorations of both dials and movements, which you can see in this one of a kind example that is named Blue Joy. Very beautiful, with the bridge plates skeletonized and intricately decorated by hand. And the German phrase there specifies that the skeletonization, the open working, as well as the engraving, as well as the guilloche decoration, is done by hand. Hand graviert, hand guillochiert, hand skelettiert. Benzinger actually calls his brand Unikate, implying that each and every one of the timepieces that he creates are one of a kind, are unique pieces, and they are accompanied by a handwritten letter by none other than the master himself, as addressed to a friend in timekeeping, in watches. Lieber Uhrenfreund, vielen Dank für Ihr Vertrauen. Right? Many thanks for your trust. I love this. Yeah, great, great brand. Certainly worthy of attention. and also probably one of the most affordable pieces in an auction like this. But let's read. It's a brand new piece, by the way, and let's read how the good people at Ineichen present this particular piece. An extremely rare, unusual, and attractive, decorative, one-of-a-kind wristwatch by Jochen Benzinger, an independent German craftsman of hand guilloche, engraving, and watchmaking arts. Made in 2022, stainless steel 42 millimeter case, crown at 2 o'clock, sapphire exhibition caseback, two-piece sterling silver dial, dark blue lower part with hand guilloche decoration, partially open work to reveal the caliber, black PVD coated upper part with chaptering and small seconds indicator. Caliber is ETA Unitas 6498, hand wound, finely skeletonized with hand guilloche decoration, power reserve up to 46 hours. Presented on a black leather strap with a triple folding déployant clasp in stainless steel. As you can see, the case is finely polished from the front. The case flanks, however, are vertically grain brushed, which creates a nice contrast. As mentioned in that description, the piece has a silver dial, which is hand decorated, whereas with guilloche, I should say, whereas the hour track as well as the seconds track is black PVD coated. The small second subdial is off center right around 5 o'clock. Let's see what the good folks at Ineichen say about Benzinger. Jochen Benzinger of Pforzheim, Germany, is a well-known master of handcrafted guilloche decoration. He has been decorating dials and parts of calibers with this art for over 30 years. He usually complements guilloche with other crafts and arts, especially skeletonization of movements and dials, artistic freehand engraving, and colored coatings. Around year 2000, he began making watches that bear his name. He usually makes his watches as one-offs or in very similar series, with much of the work done by hand. He not only releases watches under his own Benzinger brand, but has also participated and continued to participate in collaborative projects. For example, Jäger Benzinger. These include the collection of Grieb and Benzinger brand, perhaps the most notable of his collaborations, which was very active in communications from 2008 to 2016. Benzinger's partners in this venture were Hermann Grieb, watchmaker and restorer of antique watches, and Georg Bartkowiak, manager and PR specialist. Another joint venture, this is the one I just mentioned, Jäger and Benzinger brand, has existed since 2012 and was founded by Kai Jäger, collector and consultant. They have some nice creations too. Check them out. Jäger Benzinger, but Benzinger's own brand is pretty great too. And they're incredibly affordable. From around 3, 4, 5,000 to 10, 12,000 at retail, and offer very unique customization options. It offers watches at a lower price than the Benzinger and Grieb and Benzinger brands. Jochen Benzinger is also known as the master of the Zeitzeichen edition by Benzinger series of engraved skeleton watches for Chrono Swiss in the 2000s. The best thing about the Benzinger brand is the concept of a boutique brand with small production and with a high percentage of handwork and decorative finishes, as well as the possibility for the customer to contact the brand directly. Contact the brand directly and also order customized pieces. In recent years, Benzinger has launched a series of subscription watches. Here we can see the influence of Abraham Louis Breguet, who was equally gifted as a watchmaker and a businessman and practiced this way of selling watches from his workshop. If we talk about the style of the Benzinger collection, then the influence of Breguet should be considered significant here as well, in particular in the subscription Blue Joy, in addition to the Empire style case and the Pomme de Breguet hands, the chapter ring, and the subdial of small seconds. We should also mention the asymmetrical T structure of the dial, typical of the aesthetics of Abraham Louis Breguet, the subscription Blue Joy with guilloche along concentric rings and a dial rotated 30 degrees counterclockwise is one of the rarest and most unusual pieces in the Benzinger collection. The geometric structure of the guilloche dial is mirrored in the spatial structure of the skeletonized caliber. The basic tone of the dial is then repeated in the blued and skeletonized winding wheels. This gives the watch a unique and unusual look, which undoubtedly distinguishes it in the present example from the brand's collection. The movement of the watch is the Swiss-made ETA Unitas 6498 caliber in a deluxe version with a screw balance wheel and an index with swan neck flat spring and micrometric screw. Jochen Benzinger has always preferred to work with this caliber, which has proven its quality and reliability. Moreover, its large 36 millimeter diameter, since it was originally developed as a pocket watch caliber, fits well with the modern trend towards large wristwatches. In the 42 millimeter, subscription Blue Joy looks simply stunning. I have to agree. This is a very unique watch, but you can find works of a similar styling in Benzinger's collection and even more affordable pieces that usually use inherited pocket watch calibers in wristwatch form with unique and original designs in the Jäger und Benzinger collection. Lot 22, Benzinger subscription Blue Joy pièce unique with a starting bid of $7,750 in US dollars. This piece has already received an advance bid before it hits the auction floor on May 11 in Geneva. It also has a fixed price, a buy it now option set at $17,700 in US dollars. Okay. We're past the 2-hour mark, so please hit the like button if you haven't done so already. I really appreciate you. Let's go. This was lot 22. We're getting close. let's do the piece that is in my thumbnail, which has already proven quite popular. This is Ludovic Balloir, upside down, in a one-of-a-kind execution. It is a concept that is fairly unique. Ludovic Balloir is actually a French watchmaker, originating from the region Brittany. Uh, uh, his father was Breton and his mother from the Netherlands. He earned his chops in the service department of Frank Müller, and soon enough connected with F.B. Jean and worked with him until May 2009, which is when he parted with the company to pursue his dream of working independently. And the upside down was actually the first timepiece he introduced as an independent. The concept is simple enough, but quite striking, unique, and fascinating. It basically has the minute hand at the center of what is here a meteorite, a black meteorite dial, a single heat blued minute hand, and at the top of the hour, basically the hour strikes and the upside down number turns right side up and signifies the hour. So it's, in a way, it's also a unique way of representing a jump hour complication, and you can tell it in two different ways, right? One, of course, it's the only right side up piece, right? It's the only right side up number on the dial. It is also distinguished by this dot right here. So it's not actually that difficult to read time as it might seem at first blush. And I really like the aesthetics of this particular piece. I think it is just as beautiful in the back as it is on the dial side. Hand engraved along the rim, Ludovic Balloir, upside down, pièce unique, fashioned in a platinum case. Very beautifully mirror polished as well. A brand new piece again, coming as a full set, outer box, inner box, as well as the paperwork that goes with it. Just give me 1 second. Okay. All right. So let's take a look at what else. Oh, they're not. I'm glad I did my homework on Ludovic Balloir. So at least I told you that he started at Frank Müller in the after sales service department. He worked for, I think, 7 years at FB Jean until May 2009, when he set off on his independent path. And Upside Down, of which you see a unique example here, was the first watch that he introduced. This is lot number 32, a one-of-a-kind piece fashioned in platinum with presented on a navy crocodile leather strap with electric blue contrast stitching. Has Ludovic Balloir's proprietary buckle in matching platinum. The watch is actually from this year and is a 41 millimeter case. White Breguet numerals over the black meteorite dial. Heat blued minutes hand. And the caliber B01 is plated in pink gold, a hand wound movement, which is sun-brushed, and perlage with the jumping hour and single minute hand complication. Very nice. Lot number 32. This was our pièce de résistance for today. The watch that was represented in the thumbnail, Ludovic Balloir, upside down, one of a kind in platinum with the black meteorite dial. The starting bid was 49,750 in US dollars. The piece has actually received 10 bids, no less than 10 bids in advance of the May 11 auction, when it will hit the floor in President Wilson Hotel in Geneva. The piece also has a fixed price of 143,700 in US dollars, which can be used as a buy it now option. No buyer's premium, as is the case with Ineichen's new disruptive approach to the auctions they curate, both as individual lots and themed events, online exclusives, and live auctions. This is going to be a live auction that is going to take place in less than a month in Geneva. Lot 32, Ludovic Balloir, upside down, pièce unique. Lot 23 is a watch by Bernie's Artis Arti in a 39 millimeter pink gold case and a self-winding caliber. The piece has a silvered hand guilloche dial with vortex-like motif, skeletonized hands that resonate with the tones of the pink gold case. It is a perfect three-hander, time-only watch, matching pin buckle, and an exhibition case back, which allows you to contemplate the movements, especially thanks to the skeletonized rotor. The watch also happens to be water resistant up to 5 atmos, meaning 50 meters of a depth rating. The case has a brushed finish, which I think is a very subtle and cool look. And the movement is nickel plated, brushed and perlaged with, as I mentioned, with skeletonized rotor. This is also a brand new watch that comes with in its original presentation box, a wooden box, and the accompanying documentation. A fine and neat and attractive decorative pink gold wristwatch from the brand Bernies, founded in 2017 by Bernard van Ormelingen, a Belgian craftsman of hand guilloche and engraving. This piece was made in early 2020s, the case in 18 karat pink gold in a diameter of 39 millimeters, less than 10 millimeter thick, with exhibition case back with a sapphire crystal. The dial is actually fashioned from sterling silver, bleached with a handmade spiral of time guilloche motif, the one that I described as a vortex. The caliber is called BALP 00102. A self-winding movement with a power reserve of up to 38 hours. Presented on a leather strap and a matching buckle in 18 karat pink gold, one of a kind piece. Here is how the folks at Ineichen, Zürich present the piece in their lot essay. The Bernies brand is a newcomer in the world of fine watchmaking. It was founded in 2017 by Bernard van Ormelingen, an independent Belgian hand guilloche and engraving artisan, as a provider of custom dials. Van Ormelingen graduated from a watchmaking school in Belgium, but then became interested in guilloche, which eventually determined the specialization of his brand. In 2019, he founded the small Van Bricht brand with fellow watchmaker Sébastien Lambricht, formerly responsible for prototyping at Reissance. Their first project, an old mine tourbillon wristwatch based on the TO2 caliber from the BCP tourbillon La Chaux-de-Fonds, was greeted with enthusiasm by the professional community. However, since 2020, the Van Bricht brand hasn't shown any activity, which may be the reason why Bernard van Ormelingen has focused his efforts on his own Bernies brand. He has launched the Artis Arti wristwatch collection, which has a distinctive, calm, and classic character, right, with that brushed finishing that gives that muted, subtle look to the watch. The dials are decorated with handmade guilloche by him on rose lathe from La Chaux-de-Fonds, which is more than 100 years old. The present lot is a unique piece by Bernard van Ormelingen with a beautiful guilloche dial in solid sterling silver to create the airy, warm white tone of the dial. Van Ormelingen uses the traditional bleaching technique of oxidizing the piece in several steps in a flame and etching it in acid. Abraham Louis Breguet used a similar technique in his time to silver those gold blank dials, thanks to which the dials of his pocket watches still surprise with their beauty, and besides, they have been well preserved for more than 2 centuries. The soft, luminous tones of the spiral of time guilloche motif are accentuated by the use of pink gold toned hands, which is a fitting complement to the case. Caliber BALP 00102 is a personalized version of the Celita SW200, a counterpart of the well-known ETA 2824. That's a nice way of saying that the Celita SW200 is a clone of the ever-present ETA 2822-A2. The rotor is open worked, which is very fitting since the bridge of the self-winding mechanism is also skeletonized. The skeletonization reveals, first of all, an interesting pair of reverse gears, which are almost hidden in the standard version of SW200. This caliber, a workhorse for many small brands, seems to be a good choice as it turns an elegant and classic watch into a reliable daily wearer. I think it is a beautiful piece indeed, even if it is built on what is otherwise a pedestrian watch movement. A very beautiful watch on the face of it, well deserving of the Artis Arti name. This one of a kind Bernese Artis Arti in a 39 millimeter pink gold case with a self-winding movement at lot number 23 has so far failed to attract any bids. The starting bid is 11,100, and the watch also has a buy it now option at 24,350 in US dollars. Pardon me. So we reach the UR102. You'll remember that these were just reissued in a two-piece collection. They will also be released later, one by one as well. But this is a historic piece in a certain way, a stainless steel case. UR or UR 102 by Uhrwerk at lot number 24. Round Sputnik Bombay-shaped stainless steel case with 4 pronged lugs on each side, a solid case back, and a screw down crown. Quite frankly, the watch looks like it is in desperate need of some TLC, with all due respect. But in a certain sense, I appreciate that they left that as an option to the lucky winner, so to speak. I much prefer something in good, honest condition that I get to decide what to do with rather than something that is polished to bits. The original case was 38 millimeters. An extremely rare, important, and unusual stainless steel watch of Uhrwerk, the Swiss independent watchmaking company founded in 1997 by watchmaker Felix Baumgartner and designer Martin Frey. Production span is between the first 5 years of the brand, 38 millimeter stainless steel case, 12 millimeters in thickness, solid steel case back engraved with Uhrwerk number 50, Genève, self-winding movement with a power reserve of 42 hours. The wandering hours and minutes on a 180-degree sector presented on a black leather strap with a stainless steel pin buckle. Here's what the good folks of Ineichen, Zürich say about Uhrwerk and this early example of their work. This lot is an extremely rare opportunity to bid on an early Uhrwerk wristwatch, as production was very small and lasted only a few years. This was one of 50, and in fact, number 50 of 50. Lot, present lot, right? Lot number 24. We could find information about no more than 10 UR102 versions, watches in all versions that have appeared at auction. In the history of Uhrwerk, UR102 holds a special place along with the other early model UR101. Both were introduced in that initial year, the same year the brand was founded, 1997. The idea of wristwatches with wandering hour complication was born even before that in friendly conversations between Felix Baumgartner, a promising young watchmaker, and Martin Frey, an industrial designer, co-founders of the brand. The idea was born in 1995 as an attempt to offer a clear alternative to modern complex mechanical watches with cluttered dials and numerous displays and hands. Thus, Uhrwerk developed the design for the wandering hours complication from the very beginning. The peculiarity of this complication is the wandering hour digit, which runs along the scale and indicates the minutes. That is, the dial of the watch has no hands. The caliber with laconic time display was installed in an equally laconic, perfectly round lenticular case in the case of UR102, or in a case whose shape is best described by the model's nickname, Millennium Falcon, and that is UR101. Production of the UR101 and UR102 models, which were equipped with such unique display of time, lasted no more than 6 years until the new flagship UR103 was launched in 2003. Cool & Pad mentions that UR101 and UR102, the UR102 in steel that went on sale in 1998, had the most sales. This stainless steel cased model was nicknamed Sputnik after the first Soviet satellite to emphasize its steampunk design, in contrast with the UR101 model, whose shape is, of course, reminiscent of a Star Wars spaceship. In addition to the stainless steel Sputnik model, the UR102 were made with a ceramicized aluminum case in black, also known as night watch or gray color, and came with a solid platinum caseback. Our research shows that the stainless steel UR102 Sputnik can be found in various modifications. The minute scale can have 5-minute or 7.5-minute marking, and the background of the scale and hour disc can be black or gray blue, The present example has 5-minute marking and a black dial. Also worth mentioning are the unusual quadruple lugs of the UO-102 Sputnik, a special design of stainless steel models that appeared only once on the black ceramicized aluminum UO-102 watch sold by Christie's, while almost all ceramicized aluminum models have regular lugs. The UO-102 movement is based on a thin ETA 2892-2 automatic movement equipped with an in-house module for the wandering hour complication. The basic way of displaying the time was later further developed by Uhrwerk in a variety of design options. So there we go, an early example of the UO-102 by Uhrwerk in stainless steel, an expression of the wandering hours complication. The case design, affectionately named Sputnik for its retrofuturistic elements, very distinctive four-pronged lug design for lot number 24. This piece, in desperate need of some TLC, has so far failed to attract any bids. The starting bid rests at $44,250 in US dollars. There is also a buy it now option if you were willing to end the bidding on this piece before it hits the auction floor on May 11 in Geneva, and that price is set at $110,550 in US dollars, no buyer's premium. We're continuing our coverage of the upcoming May 11 auction by Ineichen that's going to take place live in the President Wilson Hotel in Geneva in less than a month, and it focuses on independent creators, independent watchmakers, independent brands that include Chapek, Parmigiani Fleurier, Gerald Janta, Vianney Olter, Kari Voutilainen, François-Paul Jean, Laurent Ferrier, Daniel Roth, Roger Dubuis, De Béthune, Anderson Genève, and many others. I'm going to drop the link to the auction in the chat. If you want me to jump back to one of the lots I've already covered and dive into more detail, or if you want me to jump ahead and make sure that I cover something that you would like, feel free to drop the lot number with a super chat. Next up is a brand new piece by the independent Russian watchmaker Anton Sukhanov, who has basically plied his trade for a while with Konstantin Chaikin and is now working independently. The piece is called Racer Jumping Hour GMT, and it is a one-of-a-kind piece fashioned in stainless steel. A very unique case shape that is quite reminiscent of a cushion shape, but is sculpted enough that it can be mistaken for a round case as well. So kind of splits the difference between two iconic designs. A very functional piece as well. Let's check out how it's described. An extremely attractive, spectacular, and rare limited edition double retrograde GMT wristwatch by Anton Sukhanov, the independent Russian watchmaker who founded his own brand in 2018. The present limited edition was launched in 2021, a stainless steel case, 39 by 39 in its dimensions and 12.5 millimeter thick. The bezel is fixed with 8 screws, a sapphire exhibition case back. The piece has a black dial with a guilloche relief pattern, blue hours and minutes subdials, built on caliber SU 120, which is hand wound with a power reserve up to 38 hours. Triple retrograde display with subdials for hours at 8 o'clock, minutes at 4 o'clock, and seconds on a 20-second scale in the center, and the jumping hour hands for the 24-hour GMT digital display at 12 o'clock, synchronous change of minutes, hours, and GMT at the end of the hour date window at 6 o'clock. As you can see, hours, which is retrograde, minutes, which is also retrograde, seconds, which is expressed in a 20-second scale, is also retrograde. There is a minuscule aperture opening for a reference time at GMT and a date window here that is a little larger, at 10, made in Russia by Anton Sukhanov. The piece is presented on a kind of graphite gray strap with a powder blue contrast stitching. A very racing themed and maybe futuristic expression. Pardon me. Let's see what they say about Anton Sukhanov at Ineichen, Zürich. He is a new name on the contemporary watchmaking scene, an independent watchmaker based in St. Petersburg, Russia. Anton Sukhanov worked as chief technical designer at the Konstantin Ineichen manufacturer since 2007. In 2016, he won the Young Talents competition founded by the Académie horlogère des créateurs indépendants, supported by François Paul-Jean, presenting Black Clock, the first ever triple axis tourbillon built in Russia. In 2018, Sukhanov decided to start his career as an independent watchmaker. In 2019, he released the Pharos limited edition table clock with a 3-axis tourbillon, and in 2020, he presented the Lotus limited edition table clock with a 3-axis tourbillon and an unusual lotus flower automaton. In 2021, Sukhanov introduced his first wristwatch, the Racer Jumping Hour GMT limited edition, which is the present lot. He has preserved his candidate status at AHCI since 2021. For the Racer Jumping Hour GMT, his first wristwatch, Sukhanov opted for the style of a 1950s racing car, a display module he developed specifically for this watch with retrograde minute and hour hands, as well as a 20-second scale for retrograde seconds. The dial is reminiscent of a car dashboard with a tachometer on the left and speedometer on the right. Continuously running 3 armed seconds hand adds another subdial with an arc-shaped 20-second scale, complemented by date and GMT indications in aperture. The complication module with long curved levers, racks, and traditional flat springs, stars and snails looks beautiful. At the beginning of a new hour, the minute hand jumps back to the 0 position and the movement advances the retrograde hour hand by 1 hour together with the 24-hour digital indicator. Everything jumps simultaneously. To assemble the module, Sukhanov used 172 parts, each of which is finished according to the traditions of high watchmaking, although the module remains hidden under the dial. The finishing is done using traditional techniques. These include hand chamfering and polishing, perlage, engraving, screw polishing, spherical polishing of wheel, axles, and pins, fine straight grinding and circular brushing, and sandblast matting. The SU 120 caliber is based on the ETA 2824-2, modified by Anton Sukhanov, with the decorative full disc self-winding rotor reminiscent of the design of a racing car brake disc. The shape of the racer jumping hour GMT case is based on the principle of the regular Rollo polygon, which can be briefly described as a square with rounded sides, hence the hybrid case shape. Anton Sukhanov chose this shape, in his opinion, because it best fits his idea of a dynamic but leisurely perception of time. This, I think, offers a unique opportunity to get a very rare watch with incredibly unique design, triple retrograde complication, which is very impressive, even though it is based on a simple blank of a ubiquitous ETA caliber. And this is a watch by an independent watchmaker who has been on the rise since the last 5 years and is a candidate for the Independent Watchmakers Academy, AHCI. Lot number 25, Anton Sukhanov, Racer Jumping Hour GMT, has a starting bid of 16,600 in US dollars. It has failed to attract any bids so far. It has also a buy it now option before it hits the auction floor at 38,700 in US dollars. Speaking of Alain Zilberstein and his collaborations, here is a Louis Erard collaboration, regulator, unique prototype. Regulator watches, of course, harken back to earlier time periods where regulator clocks were at the centers of each watch making workshop, each watch restoring or servicing facility, because of the particular accuracy and precision they represented, and because of the way they put at their focal point the minute hand, which allowed the setting and synchronization of each and every timekeeper in that facility. They were also vital for the growth of railway networks here in the United States, where They were in every single major railway station. And that was, of course, a matter of life and death, since the synchronization of those uh, clocks and pocket watches of the conductors were of vital import to avoid crashes. So, this is a regulator represented in that quirky Bauhaus style of Alain Silberstein, and produced more recently by Louis Erard or Louis Erard. Le régulateur, a unique prototype at number 20, lot number 27. This piece arrives as a full set, practically new, with its warranty card and wooden presentation box. It is in a titanium case with polished pierced titanium lugs, sapphire exhibition case back, and it is on a black nylon strap with Velcro. Very rare, attractive, and collectible titanium piece from the independent Swiss brand Louis Erard. The company was founded in 1929 by Louis Erard and André Perret. The present prototype was made in 2022 in collaboration with Alain Silberstein, a renowned watch designer from France. Drum-shaped titanium grade 2 case with titanium grade 5 brancard-shaped lugs, diameter of 40 millimeters, 11.6 millimeters thick. The crown is red lacquered with the Louis Erard symbol. Exhibition case back with Louis Erard x Alain Silberstein engraving on the rim. Light gray regulator style dial with black hour subdial at 12 o'clock. Alain Silberstein signature colored hour markers, red lacquered hour hand, blue lacquered minute hand, and yellow lacquered seconds hand, representing the three prime colors. The caliber is the Celita SW266-1, self-winding with skeletonized and personalized Louis Erard rotor with a power reserve of up to 28 hours. Black nylon strap, Velcro closure with titanium cap. Let's listen to how the good folks of Ineichen, Zürich present this watch. The rules of the game have changed at Louis Erard with the launch of two Louis Erard Alain Silberstein Excellence Régulateur models in 2019. With this design, the independent Swiss watch brand has actually attracted a lot of attention from the collectors for the first time in its history. The watch was designed in collaboration with Alain Silberstein, an icon of modern watchmaking, a conceptual designer and founder of the eponymous brand. Unfortunately, the Alain Silberstein brand finally went bankrupt in 2012, but the man didn't disappear and continued to embody his own version of the Bauhaus style he invented in watches from other brands such as MB&F, the HM22 black box in 2009, and Legacy Machine 1 in 2011. Roma Jérôme, the Subcraft watch, launched in 2015. Unfortunately, Roma Jérôme is also out of business since 2020, and since 2019, Silberstein has been collaborating with Louis Erard. The collaboration of Louis Erard and Alain Silberstein wouldn't have been possible without Manuel Emch, who managed Roma Jérôme and convinced Alain Silberstein to work with this brand. Manuel Emch, who is now a delegate of the board of directors at Louis Erard, joined the team as a consultant in 2019. Apparently, one of his ideas was to offer affordable compared to premium luxury brands, collectible watches created in collaboration with independent watchmakers, designers, fashion brands, even bloggers. The amazing story of Louis Erard collectible watches began with the first two 2019 Louis Erard X Alain Silberstein models, black and white, as monochrome watches noted in 2019. In its 90 years of existence, Louis Erard has never given carte blanche to a designer. Now, collectors have a new and very attractive collectible from Louis Erard, which has been boldly collaborating since then, while the collaboration watches are sold on the secondary market above their retail price. Even against the background of this dynamically developing situation, the present example undoubtedly attracts attention. It's the first unique watch prototype by Louis Erard, at least in modern times, and for the first time, the Louis Erard X Alain Silberstein watch features a panda dial with a light gray background and a black subdial to indicate the hours. That's where the nickname One-Eyed Panda comes from. The one-eyed panda design is, of course, complemented by the red hour hand, the yellow serpentine or squiggly seconds hand, and the centrally deployed minute hand in powder blue. An interesting and unique design, rather unique proposition. At lot number 27, a prototype of Louis Erard ex Alain Silberstein collaboration for Le Régulateur with a starting bid of $3,900 in US dollars, but the watch has already attracted two bids in advance of the May 11 live auction in Geneva. Nevertheless, there is a fixed price tag of 13,300 in US dollars, so you might as well buy this piece now at that price point. That was lot 27, offered, as is usually the case, at Ineichen Zürich without buyer's premium. Next up, this is a piece from an independent watchmaker from Ukraine, Dolias, a chronograph number 8 of 10, which with this nice yin yang kind of design with two subdials at the 12 6 o'clock layout. I'm going to take another short break as we enter the last hour of our coverage. Please hit the like button if you haven't done so already. It helps a great deal to take this platform off the ground, give it a little more exposure. I highly appreciate you. Thank you for your continued support and presence. If you want to contribute to the channel, you know how. The links are included in the video description. I have just sent them to the chat now as well. I'm actually just going to pin them at this point. Please feel free to contribute if you would like to keep this a fully independent and autonomous platform at the behest and in the service of its audience. I'll be right back. Okay, we are back with a chronograph presented in a 41 millimeter case by the Ukrainian watchmaker Dolias. Is a prototype with this unique yin yang kind of dial layout that adopts the 12 6 o'clock of of the dial for the chronograph. Just give me 1 second. I was just exchanging messages with the professor. Since I've come all this way, almost finished with the coverage of the auction. If he wants to come in and help me finish the rest, I will be more than happy. Otherwise, he is going to be with me on Thursday, 7 p.m. in the UK time. We are going to pour through the details of Morgan Stanley's industry report for 2023, their Swiss watcher. But here's the link, Professor, if you do want to join. Let's see what Ineichen says about this piece. I kind of like the design. It's very unique with those observatory style hands and the yin yang dial. Let's see, a rare and unusual attractive chronograph from Timofey Dolia, a promising independent watchmaker from Ukraine, made in 2022, stainless steel case, 41 millimeter in diameter, with a sapphire crystal for an exhibition case back. Pardon me, decorative yin yang dial with a finely hammered bronze and sandblasted rhodium plated zones. This is the bronze part. This is the rhodium plated sandblasted part, and the subdials alternate to create that contrast. It is based on a Valjoux 7750 caliber, the ubiquitous self-winding chronograph movement, with a bronze yin-yang full disc rotor, an 18-karat gold inertia weight, a power reserve of up to 48 hours, 30-minute counter at 12 o'clock, and a 12-hour counter at 6. Presented on a brown leather strap with blue contrast stitching, a limited edition of 10 pieces. So this piece is one of 10. And you can see the full rotor here in bronze with an 18-karat gold inertia weight. Timothy Dolia, aspiring independent watchmaker from Ukraine, works in Prague, Czech Republic. He received his professional training at the Institut Mar de... okay, this is a Catalonian thing. Mar de la Mercè in Barcelona, Spain. He later joined the workshop of Aniceto Jiménez Pita, former member of the AHCI Academy in Barcelona. The desire for a practical everyday watch that looked impressive and interested people inspired him to start making his own. As a starting point for the development of the design, he chose the yin yang as a symbol of the unity of opposing beings, a mantra that we can certainly keep for our present day. Timothy Dolia extended this principle to the execution of the present example. Various materials and finishing techniques are used, creating a strikingly dynamic appearance. In particular, the dial consists of two parts with finely hammered bronze, this part, and then sandblasted rhodium-plated zones, and the chronograph subdials for the hour counter at 6 o'clock and for the 30-minute totalizer at 12 o'clock also alternate for contrast. The handmade heat-blued steel hands look massive. It is, I think, more of an observatory style rather than Breguet, at least in my estimation. The rotor of the automatic winding mechanism is the mysterious design, also a yin-yang graphic in bronze. The 18-karat gold inertia weight of the rotor is fixed with blued screws. Some steel parts of the movement are also tempered. However, an overview of these components is only possible when the watch is disassembled, as you can see here. It's basically what the good folks at Ineichen describe as a dark horse bet, a kind of obscure watchmaker for now who is not very well known, but who has a lot of people's sympathy, I'm sure, being originally from Ukraine and working nowadays in Prague, Czech Republic. Lot number 28, which is a Dolia's 41 millimeter chronograph based on a Valjoux 77 caliber. However, the watch is otherwise quite decorative, very aesthetically oriented, and expressive piece. This is only one of 10, number 8 of 10. It has a starting bid of $6,650 in US dollars. It has failed to attract any bids in advance of the May 11 live auction in Geneva. There is also an option to buy it now at $21,000. Hi, Nelson. How are you doing? Unfortunately, I'm less patient with that kind of trolling, especially when people's hard-earned money is at stake. So with all due respect, that person is unfortunately gone. Lot number 29 is a piece that we attended to a couple of days ago. It is a one-of-a-kind piece, only the second watch made by Thierry Ducret. Thierry Ducret is an instructor for decades now at the famous watchmaking school in France, in Morteau, which is quite close to the Swiss border, as it happens. He has been teaching watchmaking since 1996 at the school in Morteau, at the high school in Morteau. He is himself a graduate of that school, has generations of students, therefore, in the most prestigious makers in France and Switzerland. He himself set off to create his own watches about 5 years ago in 2017. Very unique watchmaker, clearly a master of his art and a teacher of it. This watch is one of a kind. I love the heat-blued hands over a largely blackened main plate, as well as bridges that are done similarly. The case is in stainless steel. It is in 42 millimeters, brushed and polished alternatively, with an exhibition case back. The watch is presented on a black alligator leather strap and a matching stainless steel pin buckle. The strap is provided by the famous Parisian makers Jean Rousseau, an open-worked dial with arrow hands that are polished and heat-blued, nickel-plated black steel bridges and main plate, and a plaque signed T. Ducré there at around 5 o'clock. And the movement itself is also black nickel plated, shot blasted, hand wound steel with rhodium plated wheels, polished screws, and a barrel. Time display at the same axe complication. A brand new watch presented in mint condition. So authentic, as you can see, that it's properly misspelled in Franglish, independent watchmaker, and with his personal remarks in handwriting. It basically took him 11 months to make this particular watch. A very stunning piece with that black plating of the movement that serves as a wonderful contrast with the rest of polished pieces. The piece, I think, has kind of the look of an even more futuristic and even more steampunk Breguet tourbillon, and instead of the off-center dial, you have here the hour and minute hands centrally deployed and very finely blued, beautiful domed crystal as well, which gives a lot of depth and dimensionality to that retrofuturistic, industrial looking open worked dial. This is lot number 29 by Thierry Ducret, a one-of-a-kind piece, only number 2. Starting bid is 49,750, and the piece has already received a bid in advance of its presentation to the auction floor on May 11th. There is an option to buy it now at 143,700 in US dollars with no buyer's premium. We are slowly closing in to the end of the auction. Thank you so much, Nick. Thank you for these $10. I love it too. It's like it's like a modern Breguet tradition. Of course, Breguet tradition was introduced by Nick Hayek in 2006, if I'm not mistaken. And it harkened back to those subscription pocket watches that Abraham Louis Breguet produced in the 19th century in Switzerland. And I think this is a beautiful way forward by someone who has clearly earned the respect of his peers. Well deserved for him to go his own path. And I'm pretty sure he doesn't make a lot of watches every year. I mean, considering how this one was fashioned in 11 months, I can only assume that he makes a handful per year. And he's working on his own, clearly. Thank you, Nick. And thank you for your understanding, Nelson. I enjoy your presence as well. Don't take me wrong. I don't want to strike anyone as being humorless. I'm not. But there are certain things I believe that should not necessarily be up for joking and memes. It's fine. It's fine though. We have only a few pieces left, so hit the like button, please. Half an hour to go, and about a handful pieces that I would like to present. At lot number 31, we have another Russian watchmaker, perhaps the Russian watchmaker, in Konstantin Chaikin. This is the Angry Joker in a unique piece presentation, a brushed brass case matched with a titanium pin buckle and presented on a black alligator leather strap with green contrast stitching to match the Joker theme. Of course, this piece has its unique presentation of time. And has also the symbols of a deck of cards in relief on its bezel as well. and the rim is in green too, adding to the red lips of the Joker that really jump off that guilloche dial, the J at 12 o'clock as the finishing touch. The piece has a certain patina and a very unique look to it. Here is the outer box and the presentation case, which is like a travel case in acid green, and the warranty certificate, as well as the rest of the paperwork that goes with it. The Angry Joker, pièce unique, purchased October 22nd, on October 22nd of 2018. And the case back is actually engraved with a personal message from Konstantin Chaikin to the owner of the watch. Let's see if we can actually read it. I don't think it is captured by any of the photos. Yeah, I don't think we can actually read that on the titanium case back on this burnished brass piece. Here is how the folks at Ineichen described the watch: an extremely attractive, spectacular, and important wristwatch from the Wristmonds collection by Konstantin Chaikin, the Russian independent watchmaker who began his career now 2 decades ago in 2003. The present watch is from 2018, has a bronze case. Okay, so not brass, but bronze. Thank you. Well, you shouldn't presented it as brass. It does look like bronze. My apologies. So, a burnished bronze case in 42 millimeters, and the dial has 2 types of guilloche decoration: an engraved bezel with the letter J at 12 o'clock and the symbol of card suits placed around the titanium case back with a sapphire crystal to peer through onto the movements. An antique small pocket watch caliber, which is hand wound. The Joker indication with disc indicators for hours, minutes, and the moon phase in Joker's mouth in his crooked smile, presented on a Chaikin black leather strap with green contrast stitching and a titanium pin buckle. The Angry Joker is a unique variation of the original Joker watch design with some alterations, with some modifications. It was made to order, and such pieces are rare and extremely scarce at auction. At the request of the customer, the base caliber used was an antique small pocket watch movement of Swiss origin, most likely made for the New York jeweler Black Star and Frost. The engraving on the mainspring barrel bridge incorrectly indicates Black Star and Frost. So a misspelling of the middle part of the name. The oldest continuously operating jewelry company in the United States, known as the Jeweler on Fifth Avenue. The high quality caliber has a main plate and bridges made of nickel silver, which have developed a patina characteristic of this alloy. The bridges are harmoniously shaped. The chamfers are beveled and polished. The smooth contours are accompanied by appropriately finished, sharper sharp inner and outer corners. The jewels on the gear bridge are set in chaton, fixed with screws, including the central stone. The caliber features a cut by metallic balance and a hairspring with fixed attachment of the Geneva type. Based on the outline of the bridges, it's likely that the movement was made in Le Locle, probably in the early 20th century. Based on the name of the jeweler given, the period from 1876 to 1929 should be considered. At the insistence of the owner of the Angry Joker, the finishing of the movement was left intact while its functionality was restored. A very lovely story, truly a unique piece, with an antique movement basically chosen by the customer and adapted in its functionality by a master watchmaker in a highly unique and singular design, which has its own approach to expressing time. Especially for this watch, Konstantin Chaikin has adapted the in-house display module. The characteristic feature of this module is the unique design with an anthropomorphic joker indication with disc indicators for the hours, minutes, and moon phase. The hour and minute dials look like the character's eyes, while the moon phase indicator resembles his smiling mouth. Pardon me, compared to the original steel Joker and all other wrist mounts, the Angry Joker has a special feature, a squinting eye, the hour indicator, which is why the original owner who suggested this feature gave the watch its name. Nevertheless, the dial of the Angry Joker remains cheerful and curiously looking at the world around him, like all the other wrist mounts by Konstantin Chaikin. The watch is offered in an iron bronze case, which has now acquired the typical dark brown patina. The titanium caseback is engraved with a message from Konstantin Chaikin. This is the first wristmon with such a feature. This makes the Angry Joker a truly unique watch. In addition to the features already mentioned, it is the first hand-wound Joker by Chaikin, the first wristmon with an antique caliber, and the first wristmon with a sapphire caseback. Finally, the Angry Joker is the first wristmon where you can see the Joker display module, even if only partially. I'm assuming that the caseback has that engraved message, which is highly personal, hence there's no close-up shots of the caseback, but at least you can take a look at the caliber from this reproduction of the page. From the Konstantin Chaikin book, which also describes his unique experience in executing this particular watch. Konstantin Chaikin works on his collection like an artist who strives to realize new technical design or philosophical ideas in it. That's why he doesn't intend to flood the market with countless color variants of the Joker watch. That's why the appearance of this unique watch at auction is an excellent and very rare opportunity for a collector to acquire his own wristmon. The special design of the face-like dial is the main feature of Chaikin's wristmons, and for this reason, they're considered one of the most emotional, memorable, and remarkable watches in modern watch industry. Once again, I think the description makes the case for the watch. It includes many firsts, the first hand-wound wristmon, the first built on an antique caliber, which itself is a great piece of history, having been made for Black Star, and Frost. And it has a sapphire case back, which is not something you see every day for the Rismon collection. You are getting a watch by one of the most prestigious members of the AHCI. You are getting a watch that has a very unique way of expressing time. You are getting a watch with lots of character, both connected to that expression of time and also because of the particular burnishing or patina that the bronze case has already taken. Truly a unique piece. At lot number 31, the piece, the unique piece, Angry Joker by Konstantin Chaikin, already has a bid in advance of its offering on the auction floor. The starting bid was 44,250, and there is also a fixed price as a buy it now option at 132,650 in US dollars. Thank you, Gundog. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. And indeed, this is a place for all sorts of watches that you might not see covered elsewhere, certainly not in this kind of detail. That was lot number 31 from the upcoming May 11 Geneva auction by Ineichen, focusing on independent brands. This was the one-of-a-kind Angry Joker by the Russian watchmaker Konstantin Chaikin. So last 15 minutes, if you have any questions, feel free to send them in with a super chat, any comments, any suggestions, more than welcome. I think I will cover two more pieces. I think we can pull three, probably. This is a very unique, eccentric expression of a watch. Open work dial with a frosted um, gilt-plated brass main plate, an oversized balance wheel, so that you can really take in the expansion and contraction of that hairspring. The hour hand and the minutes expressed through that pointer, with the teeth almost reflecting graduation of those minutes. Cyril Privet-Naudot was nominated uh, at 2020 at the GPHG with this watch. He is a watchmaker who comes from a family of of watchmakers. He has plied his trade for a long time as a restorer, as a master restorer of old timekeepers, a very young and up and coming watchmaker. And he is, I think, in his early 20s. Very cool, unique piece by this young French maker. Both eccentric, as the name implies, and quite fascinating in applying the wandering hours complication here. In its original wooden presentation box with the documentation, this piece is practically all new from the December of 2022 in a stainless steel case of 39 millimeters. As you can see, it is a very symmetrical piece. So it is actually wound by a key on the back. Let's see if we can zoom. As you can see, so it doesn't have a crown. Grain brushed stainless steel case with a polished bezel and the name of the brand engraved on the main plates. Which is sandblasted brass. The movement is hand wound with a key on the back. Free, eccentric, inspired escapement and jumping / wandering hour complication. This was lot number 33. The piece has a starting bid of 77,400 in US dollars and already has 3 bids in advance of the May 11 live auction in Geneva. The fixed price is almost $250,000. The buy it now option, 221,050 US dollars. No buyer's premium. We are coming slowly to the end, maybe the last 10 minutes. I'll cover this Hector and maybe another lot. And if you want me to comment on a watch related question, if you have any requests, if you send in a generous super chat, I might respond. I will most certainly respond to it. If you want to send in the number of another lot, I will most certainly cover it before I conclude as well. I appreciate you in either case. Please hit the like button. If you're on your way out, if you're on your way in, please hit the like button. Lang und Heine is a German watchmaker based in Dresden that was established by Marco Lang and Mirko Heine. Um, Mirko Heine left the brand quite early on after its inception. Marco Lang has also left the brand by now, but a lot of the movements that they use are still designed by him. However, not this is not the case with their dabbling in this genre of stainless steel sporty watches with an integrated bracelet. It actually uses the UWD 33.2, which is a hand wound movement that was previously used in a special edition Zinn. It is, however, an in-house a manufacturer caliber for Lang & Heine because they own that UWD manufacturer, Uhrenwerke Dresden, right? This was produced in 3 dial colors, blue, green, and gray, with a unique pattern at the center of the dial. I think this particular green is the most striking version. I like it as a unique piece of design. I think when they were offered at list, they were, they were not so outrageously priced, if you ask me. Nowadays, with all the premium that is attached to them on the secondary markets, I don't think they are such a unique offering. I don't think they offer such a value proposition. But with the unique pattern at the center of the dial, with this radial guilloche for the hour track, the kind of vinyl groove design, unique petticoat handset. It is a watch that has a lot of soul, a lot of character of its own, the integrated beads of rice bracelets. Uh, I think it's a very cool piece. I actually love the movement as well. And I think it was offered for almost 17,000, including tax in euro, when it came into the markets. Not sure if I can countenance, not sure if I can co-sign their sale at these premiums, but it is an interesting contribution to the genre. I appreciate that it has its own character, its own aesthetics. I appreciate it in the same way I appreciate the Bulgari Octofinissimo, in the same way I appreciate Alan Gunzuna's Odysseus. So this is Lang & Heine Hector at lot number 34. The starting bid was 16,600 in US dollars, quite close to the list price when it was released. However, the piece already received 4 bids in advance of its offering on May 11. There is a buy it now option priced right under $50,000, $49,750 in US dollars. Okay, we come now to the last watch I will cover from this auction, and the last watch of today. I'll actually go with the Blue Majesty
tourbillon, which is this beautiful white gold piece with a uniquely eccentric open worked dial. With a movable lug structure, 43 millimeter case, presented on its original white leather strap with blue stitching. And the matching déployant clasp in 18 carats, white gold. Number 21 of 50, with its original presentation box as well as the outer box. A very rare and attractive and highly unconventional white gold limited edition triple rotation tourbillon from the independent watchmaker Blue, founded in 2000 by Bernhard Lederer, a German watch and clockmaker, and active until 2010, 2011. Produced circa 2010. You see how uniquely structured the case is. That gives you also a glimpse onto the tourbillon movement from the side as well. Encased in 18 karat white gold, a diameter of 43 millimeters, the case band with transparent sapphire ring and on open worked dial, hinged lugs, sapphire crystal for an exhibition case back. The caliber is named BL707, a hand-wound double barrel caliber with a power reserve up to 3 days. Indication of time in hours, minutes, and seconds via the triple rotation of an orbital tourbillon presented on an original white leather strap with blue contrast stitching and a matching déployant clasp in 18 carats white gold, one of only 15 pieces. I will say goodbye with this lot essay on this unique creation by Bernhard Lederer. He recalls that he was prompted to develop the Majesty Tourbillon MT3 by an article he had happened upon by chance. In it, there was the mention of the famous German watchmaker Alfred Hellwig from Glashütte, who is considered to be the inventor of the flying tourbillon, had the idea of building a tourbillon without a carriage, that is, without additional inertia. Bernhard Lederer, who at that time was producing watches with an exotic planetary time display under the trade name Blue, Bernhard Lederer Universe, decided to combine this attractive idea with the idea of a planetary display, which was one of the signature and most widely known designs of the Blue collection. Okay, I said I won't play videos, but we have to look at the video for this one. My God, it's impressive. Whereas in watches with a planetary time indication, the display module was an additional complication of the traditional movement. In the Majesty Tourbillon MT3, the caliber itself was designed as a planetary time indicator. Bernhard Lederer introduced the Majesty Tourbillon MT3 in the spring of 2007 at the Basel Fair in white gold, pink gold, and platinum. The highlight of the caliber BL707 is its elegant, optimal technical design built around the double barrel at the back of the movement. Thank you, Jay Sykes. Love you, man. Thanks. Built around a double barrel at the back of the movement and a triple rotation orbital tourbillon. In 2004, the master applied for a patent for this invention, which he got globally. The slowest 12-hour rotation of the tourbillon is used to indicate the hour. The second 1-hour rotation, which can be observed by means of the blued half bridge above the tourbillon, shows the minutes, and the third fastest 1-minute rotation of the tourbillon is the small seconds hand. Now, in light of that, let's take another look at this. You can see that's the seconds. That's the hour. And the slowest 12-hour rotation basically serves to indicate the hour. Yes, the blued hand was for the minutes. So as you can see, the movement, the tourbillon itself moves around the dial. That's the hour. The heat blued half bridge indicates the minutes, and this part, which makes a rotation every 1 minute, indicates the seconds. Hence the idea of a planetary display. For the seconds pointer, there's a triple line engraved on the bottom of the tourbillon carriage. Incidentally, it is this bottom part of the carriage that replaces the usual tourbillon cage. Therefore, the Majesty tourbillon MT3 lacks an upper part of the carriage. Instead, the upper balance shaft is set in the blued tourbillon bridge. This is the technical implementation of Alfred Helwig's very idea. The watch case adopts an amphitheater design with a deep 3D structure. To add light to this, Bernhard Lederer created an unusual case with a sapphire crystal band, as we have seen, where you can peek onto this peculiar, I should say, carriage for the tourbillon from the side as well. Screwed to the bezel and case band by 12 pillars, which function, of course, as hour markers, so you can orient yourself around the planetary motion of that special lower tourbillon cage, right? The bottom part of the carriage that travels around the dial of the watch every 12 hours. Particularly the movement, which is open on the dial side, has a strict technical finish, yet is very elegant, and the details deserve attention. Particularly noteworthy is the skeleton bridge of the transmission wheel with wide, meticulously carved bevels and 7 sharp internal corners made according to the rules of haute horlogerie. The main plate under the transmission wheel is decorated with a wavy guilloche motif, and outside it with a spiral striped finish. The back of the movement bears the classic Côte de Genève finish and gray tinted engraved inscriptions. Wow. I mean, Bernhard Lederer is in recent time becoming more and more recognized. But certainly, this is a relatively early accomplishment that displays a mastery of watchmaking, a very unique display of time, almost a poetic expression of it in this planetary approach to a triply rotating tourbillon through a triply rotating tourbillon. I'm easily impressed by even flying tourbillon. This kind of takes my breath away. Wow. One of the cornerstones and modern vanguards of creative watchmaking, as the Ineichen Zürich presents it. This is lot number 9, a true piece of watchmaking art, a timekeeper of poetic expression with a triple rotation tourbillon at the center of its theatrical open-worked dial. Blue Majesty tourbillon by Bernhard Lederer with a starting bid of $38,700 in US dollars, which it has already received in advance. If you would like to get this piece from Ineichen Zürich, there is a fixed price attached to it before it hits the auction floor, and that is $110,550 in US dollars. Lot number 9 for the Blue Majesty tourbillon. Guys, this is the end of the show again. It leaves me a little sad. I can't get enough of this, but I do need to sleep so I can do my full-time job, so I can then come back to you and talk watches. We have wrapped up our coverage for the upcoming May 11 auction by Ineichen that focuses on independent brands. You can check out the first half from yesterday's live stream. Today I covered the second half. I'll be back with you tomorrow. I'll either cover the upcoming Philips Bach et Rousseau auction or the Monaco Legend Group. I think I will just put a poll, maybe on the community board, maybe at the start of the live stream tomorrow. I'll decide. It depends on how much free time I find, how much free time I have on my hands during the day tomorrow. But until then, please hit the like button. Please share the content with friends. Spread the good word. Bring more people onto the channel. I really want to increase the number of subscribers. As I find the time, I do make shorter forms of content, and you can see all the interviews and pieces that I've done on some auction results, auction previews, as well as the new releases from Watches and Wonders. So feel free to disseminate those. At any rate, click the like button on all the videos you can. Leave messages. I appreciate each and every one of you for sending in your comments and questions. Thank you, Nick Butter and Ali Reza, for your super chats today. It helps a great deal. Remember, this is a fully independent platform. I'm completely at the behest of my audience and at your service. So if you want to contribute, the super chat option is always available. The super thanks, all that exists in YouTube, but you can also contribute with Cash App and PayPal as well. If you join me on Patreon, I send you on a daily basis exclusive content, a recording where
I share with you 3 watch deals that I came across online. And since I curate them thematically around a particular watch brand, on a specific model, or focused on a particular kind of complication, I go through my reasoning. So the whole thing ends up being quite educational and informative as well. Something short, something sweet. So go check it out. The tiers are very quickly and easily described. If you check out the Patreon page, you'll see it quickly. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm really excited, still full of energy. I look forward to talking watches with you. Until then, wear your watches, enjoy them, and take care of yourself. Adieu.